Hello. I hope you can hear me fine. This is we're starting earlier than usual. This is Automat live coding. This is a stream where we write Automat, a game automation app that looks like that, in which you can build your custom machines that can do stuff on your desktop. This is a macro recorder. I can do something like this, maybe without this part. And we do have some visual errors, ignore them. Anyway, this is a macro. I just recorded a macro with a macro recorder. This is a timeline, it controls this, mouse object here. When I play it, you will see that, oh, it moves my mouse around. Those... Okay, this should be animated. You have to look into this. There's something not happening here that should be happening. Anyway, you have different machines, so I can hook up a space to trigger my macro. And let me clean this up so the macro starts immediately and ends the moment it's done. So now I can press space and my mouse will do this. And it's instant. I've spent so much time on animating this thing. This should be... Can you see this? This is the mouse trace. This is the mouse trace that the mouse takes. For some reason it's not being played. Oh well. I'll fix this another time. So, yeah. Macros. This is what Automat is for. But it's not only for macros. Games can be kind of complex. Sometimes you have to look at the screen and sometimes do something. You can write a kind of bot that will help you play some game. Automatically drink potions. I don't know, auto-target enemies, this kind of stuff. So Automat has some mechanisms for doing this. Like this is the ability to make screenshots. See, this is a screenshot of Automat. Interesting. Anyway. You can do screenshots in real time. So this is basically screenshot in a loop. And you can also do some... Okay, this is another screenshot app. You can do some text recognition on those screenshots, which usually works. Maybe let's do it like that. See, now I can place the text recognition window, let's say here, and it recognizes this text Automat. I know it's not super visible. Maybe if I do it like that. The only problem is that when I capture Automat, this is a problem, but I can do something like that. And now I can recognize text on, inside Chrome. If there's something, it's a pretty decent text recognition. And this whole blinking that you can see here, this is actually the OCR process. While it's running, Automat tries to kind of visualize that it's running. So it shows you which segments are being currently analyzed. I have a pretty nice OCR library, so you can see this scanning that goes... This is the OCR process happening in real time. I need to work on the visualization more. Anyway. Get rid of this. So here you can see the latest addition to our rendering system, which is split rendering. So the name is basically maybe not super marketable, but the idea is that sometimes you want to create a real spaghetti, when connections actually kind of weave between each other. So in Automat there is now this system that allows widgets to stay on top of other widgets, and they can form cycles. And Automat will try to actually render them in a way which honors those cycles by, splitting some widgets. We can do this and this. And you can see here is a limitation of our system. Sometimes, this connection actually has to be lowered. I will have to investigate the system a little bit more to create something reasonable. This is treated as a first draft. It works in some cases, it doesn't work in all of the cases. Anyway, as long as you don't overlap stuff on top of each other, works fine. Oh, and this is a fun other mechanism. It's based on synchronization. So Automat has this mechanism of where it can synchronize a couple objects. So those are free timers. 1, 2, 3. And those free timers are connected to those free objects here. And their running state is synchronized, to the switch state. So it creates this blinking animation. Like, this may seem like a complicated thing, but it's complicated here. You can actually clone one of those objects. Cloning creates a copy, it's basically a mirror of the same object. I can drop this here and see, now we have 3 switches that are, blinking like that, and who's controlling them? No way to tell, no way to tell. You'll go here, you'll go here. See, a pretty sequence of switches. How nice. How nice. And those are shadows, so if I delete them, the originals keep working. I mean, they still exist, they still do their work. So this is an object-oriented environment where you can compose software. Yeah, I'm spoiling the fun, but yes, game automation is writing software. Okay. What we are going to do today? First, there is some Automat release is broken. So I've been trying to use AI to fix this, and it's only making things worse. So I will have to revert some of those things. And once I do that, we are going to implement a new rendering primitive that Automat does not yet have, but it should. It's going to be something that will tremendously increase the rendering speed of those objects like this switch. The idea is that we will... how do we say this? There are 2 types of things that you can draw on screen. There are bitmaps and there are vector graphics. The stuff that we are drawing in Automat most is kind of a combination of 2. Like here we have a soft gradient. Gradient is a kind of a vector kind of graphics. It's essentially a shader that fills this space here. But because gradients are smooth, they are very kind of, smooth. we kind of can render them once at 1 resolution and then do as a raster bitmap, and then interpolate this bitmap at higher resolution, you know, in a very similar way that we interpolate backgrounds here to add those dots, you know. This is a very simple picture. You zoom in, you see dots. We can do something similar with gradients. We can render them into a raster bitmap. And then from this bitmap, we can essentially recompute the gradient without any expensive, you know, blurs and anything like that. Essentially, we will create a sort of a clipped bitmap, a clipped auto-computed bitmap. That's the plan. And I think we can do this using Skia primitives. I think Skia has this thing called... Skia has several types of pictures. It has those deferred pictures, and this is what I would like to use here. A deferred picture that will create a gradient and cache it. Okay, so that's the plan. And first, we see lots of encoding equals UTF-8, encoding equals UTF-8, all over the place. This is something that a stochastic parrot has, you know, built here. Okay, this is different. It's encoding. I'm going to just undo all of those. So these encodings, those are really... This is not a great solution because Automat is adding something like this in version 3.15. So in version 3.15, this is no longer going to be necessary. So I do not want to add anything that's going to be obsolete, you know, in the next version of Automat. So we are going to undo this. Okay, this I will keep for a very short while. And here, let's take a note of what I just reverted. This. Yeah, if we use a global UTF-8 mode, we do not need to remember anything in each individual place. Okay, so this is one thing. The second thing is this delete build dir if style. A very strange function that tries to read the internals of CMake, which is this is one way to drive yourself crazy, is to try to understand CMake. We are not going to do this. We are not going to try understanding CMake. We will just try to use the CMake in the simplest possible way. So a stochastic parrot noticed that some of our builds, if they are interrupted, they go into this mode where they fail repeatedly because they haven't been able to configure CMake properly. And this is really an issue with CMake. If you interrupt CMake in the middle of the work, it just ends in an inconsistent state. You know, that's CMake. It's not a well-designed build tool. So instead of have solutions like trying to analyze the internals of CMake build files, we'll just not do this. No, I refuse to play their game. Yeah, everything's reverted. We need this OS SHUtil. No, we don't. We can remove this as well. I just reverted. What was the name of this? It was called if style. So, what is the proper solution to this issue? There is a trick that was used a long time ago. Okay, be right back. Okay, I'm back. That iskra went away. Okay, I mentioned this delete build deriv style and CMake madness. There is a way simpler approach to do this. And it's going to apply not only to CMake, it's going to apply to pretty much every single build rule that can fail. The idea is super simple. When we start building something, we create a tombstone file that indicates that, hey, something is building here. If the build process is stopped suddenly, we just stop it. Like, that's fine. No, build process can crash, the computer can reboot, whatever. On the next start, we see that, hey, there are some tombstones. That means that those build steps did not finish, and they need to be basically restarted. So, there is even this stuff in Git, which also should be removed. Mm-hmm. Or maybe no cleanup functions? Or maybe cleanup function should be part of the step. Yeah, I think that sounds right. This way, because I could also add a separate function to wipe the state, and that would only be executed if tombstone is present. I don't think that should be the case. That would complicate the system. I think it's simpler if yep. And once the step finishes execution and it's successful, yep, we get rid of the tombstone. This will be way easier, and it will generalize across pretty much every step in the system. Cloning Sentinel, terrible comments here. Luckily it's not a lot of cloud. And the remaining ones, this is actually fine. I think this can stay. This is okay. This release work clock, I am not committing this one because this is temporary state of the parrot. Okay. Now, those are just distractions. All of this. Our true plan for today is to have this new primitive. I called the stream title is Gradient Patches. This is actually a bad name, I think. I think raster patch would be better. The idea is that actually wonder this another issue with those raster patches. It's that interpolation on a grid, it's kind of hard. I mean, making this, if we want to have nice zoomability, it's not going to be easy on a grid. There are better ways of filtering. There is big cubic, and there is also a possibility of having a custom shader. Which we could do. PG. Yeah, our halftone is super simple. There is this noise technique called simplex noise, but this requires a slightly different cache. And simplex filtering could also add a bit of more smoothness. Did this work? Okay, research. I need to do more research. I need to understand if it's possible. Am I over-engineering this again? But if we can have simplex-based bitmaps where every row is kind of offset, like in this triangular, like in a hex grid, or like in a triangular grid. Okay, there is this website here, free graph paper. Create a custom paper. Triangles. On this paper, you can see that this is actually a paper with a lot of, with two rectangular grid kind of offset on top of each other. There is this one where this is one rectangle. And like every other row, if you skip every other row, it forms a regular rectangular grid. And if you take the other every row, you'll get another rectangular grid. So I think we could actually compress, like create an image which contains this kind of bitmap where you have triangles everywhere and stores it in two textures. And once we do this, once we have this coordinate system, interpolation becomes kind of cheaper because rather than asking for neighboring points or even more, I think we could would need to ask those points, I think. If we are on this line, I really want to have a smooth rendering. And I guess it could be possible with... This way we'll only sample 3 points rather than 4. I think some of the issues could be avoided this way. Look at the big interpolation. This is something that actually takes several points around. Yeah, it computes the value. Yeah, this is what we care about. Resizing images with different kinds of interpolation. Linear looks crappy. I think this is the last one, is probably bicubic. Let's see. Oh, this is a nice one. Nearest, bilinear, and then bicubic. And we want the coolest interpolation we can get, with some very nice properties, ideally. This Gaussian looks kind of crappy. It should be much more saturated. I think out of those, the Sync and Lankos, they look basically the best. But let me see with... Let me consult the parrot. Actually, let's see if Skia has some filtering modes. Okay, so it seems that Skia has bicubic. Maybe we'll just use that. Why complicate our lives with some insane triangular grids? But I will ask the AI anyway, because this is interesting. We are not interested in this row shade. Okay, it may think it's fine, it's fine. I was just looking for those examples, really. Splines look nice, Sync and Lankos look nice, and everything else looks like crap. You will need to have a custom shader for this one. Places key also does shaders for its own filters. How does this hexagon look? So to sample this point I need 3 neighboring and probably also those. So it seems like the area that I need to sample is kind of like this large. Okay, so if I want to sample a point on this line, I basically can just grab 4 points, right? Also for this line. Also for this line. Okay. Let's grab an image from here. Put it here. Let's draw some stuff. This is my point. I need to sample this line. And this line. It feels very weird that we do not care about those pixels here, because they seem to be way closer than those. Ah. think I will not complicate this. I will just use regular images, nip maps and everything. Okay. We are going to get this new PDT. I think we have this drawing. Yes. Drawing. It's a nice file for this. Mm-hmm. On this raster patch. I think whenever we make a raster patch, we should probably specify its dimensions in pixels, because it's going to be rendered at a sometimes way lower resolution, and then we will interpolate it basically. Ooh. Start writing this. Let's ignore return value for now. You can create this raster from data, from pixmap, make the filter from bitmap, blah blah blah. Deferred from generator. I think this is what we want. Scale image generator. Let's see what it is. Look at this, there is a special file for it. We're looking for a virtual function that has no implementation. Is text generator. Protected, okay. single pixels. On get pixels, so this is what we need to override. And I wonder what is this function doing. Texture generate. Where is it called from? Okay, there is only one place which calls it, this function. Those. Okay, sometimes we call this generator function. Okay, I think this doing some shared generator. This is a private class, okay. Okay, I don't think this is important for us. We'll need this on get pixels. We are going to put an abstract function here. I wonder what the API could look like. Should I really send over a generator, or maybe I should send a Pix map? I actually think that Pix map is the right. Is the right thing. Because if it's a Pix map, we don't need to provide size or anything like that. We basically provide okay, we have this. And bitmap is immutable, right? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, if it's primary read-only, use sk image. Okay, so we will use sk image. Encoded in SK picture, compressed data stream, or located blah blah blah. Exactly what we want. It cannot be modified after it's created. Perfect, this is what we want. We want to have a MIP mapped image. Right. Oh, it needs to be a pointer. So like that. Mm-hmm. Okay, we have several ways to draw the image. Image lattice, if there are many of them. Never lattice for us. 9 patch. That's nice. Very cool function. Nice to have it. But we don't need it here. Image rect. Okay, so we care about this draw image.
Mishilevananda process.
Hi.
Hey,
How are you?
doing well. Optimizing right now. Let's see if I can. So it can't really be shown here because this computer has a kind of decent GPU. It works nicely. But on my laptop, I was trying to show Automat recently. And whoa, it's slow. It's slow. Embedded GPUs have problems. But I tracked those problems. They come from gradients. So I'm trying to optimize some gradient drawing right now. What is happening here? What is happening here?
Will
Okay.
you see me website?
Oh, no. You're selling something. No, I'm not interested. Okay, throwing an image. So we can specify position of the image like that.
Is for programming.
Okay. Continue. XY sampling options and paint. XY sampling options. Paint? Is this what? Okay, the only difference is pointer. Huh? Position of the image. This is actually interesting. Where should we draw it? Huh. I guess at 0, 0.
This
Okay.
is what the site says in default. One guida de sopravvivenza. Per default il codice. AI non funziona?
No idea what this means. Let's get big resampler. I remember this thing. Mitchell, net, coś tam, coś. Something. Mitchell.
Is Italian, you can translate.
Sorry, too busy. Also, if I paint, what will paint do here? Maybe some filters, I don't care about them.
No worry.
I could have a pointer. Paint, right? This raster patch, I think it needs one more thing. This one more thing is clip. It needs to clip. Let me go. Maybe I can try to design this from the other side. The point of user. Okay, there is our widget. There is the draw function, which draws everything. This is kind of the stuff that we want to get rid of, pretty much. We want to get rid of those things. I would like to draw all of those into a single bitmap, a single raster patch that will then be redrawn again and again. something like this. We have this patch, we are calling it cache draw, we are giving it canvas, this is the current canvas. And the idea is that on the first call, it will use our callback, draw everything. And then it will only redraw it if things change. I feel this connects to drawables in Skia. In Skia there is this thing. This drawable is very close to our widgets, but it's not quite the same thing. It has this special function for Ganesh. Okay. This drawable feels like some obsolete function almost. Let me check this. Oh, I'm going to use this. And I am going to call cache draw, like this point, this bitmap. Just going to take care of it. So the ideal interface here would be that I will get escape path builder. It will contain the clip. May extract clip. Only apply more and more clips. I cannot extract a clip out of this. Okay, okay. Okay, this function needs to get another canvas. This is the canvas where I will actually draw. I think I need to specify bounds, and I need to specify resolution. Kind of like that. This is the perfect API, I think. I specify what region of the space I want to cache, what the resolution of the texture should be. I can build my own clip and draw those contents here. They should be cached. Draw cached. We need canvas, yes. This right size. And ref maybe. Okay. I think this should work. Shouldn't need any paint, maybe. Maybe. Ounce is error. Maybe const. That's fine. That's fine. I could also pass this by value. It's going to be even easier. Okay, the signature matches. So instead of having a path builder, I'm just returning the path. This is the clip that is going to be used for this paster patch. All of this. Remove here. Let me move this. Okay. Now I broke rendering of the flip-flop, almost. But it should compile now. Okay. As you can see, it's nowhere to be found. One more thing I think we should add there. Those need to be globals. I want to cache more of this thing here, like this inset. There is another blur here. Shine. This is the light itself. I think I should also cache this light somehow. Okay. It is better now. I have kind of separated the background from the light now. And we will cache this as well. No worries, no worries. Okay, I need to cache this as an SK image. Maybe I should construct a new canvas like that. Okay, none of those constructors really make sense for us. Mr. Size. I need picture. I think this is the right way to do this. Okay, this is our recording canvas. This method updates the color rect. We do not need this. So we'll just finish recording as picture. So we are passing our picture raster size. Matrix. Raise and surface spots. This is exactly what we want. Let's just pass null for now. Then paint can also be null. Maybe. Yeah. It doesn't need to be high. And color space. Maybe empty. Okay. And then surface props, which is probably interesting. Pixel geometry. Oh, so many interesting properties I can specify here. I do not need this props, right? Yes, I don't. I point to eyesight. Oh, the eyesights. Okay, and our image is going to be mutable. That's the point of drawing a cached, auto-cached image. We removed our paint. I'm also thinking maybe this could be shared across multiple objects, so that only one has to cache this. Then 4 objects can just redraw the cached image. I think this could work. Now we will need to do some matrix magic. I do not have escape picture defined. And the comment Okay. I've already wrote the correct of manipulation here once. It was a long time ago though. Our rendering infrastructure does something similar. I will see if the parrot can make something for me here. Instead of draw erect, here I think I could do draw paint. Because we will fill the whole area with this background paint. I'm thinking that split maybe cache and draw functions into two. I will do this later. Meet. And then
Chaotic 4 Vox says.
Hey, how's it going?
hey, pretty well, I would say. I see some surprises, like the virtual machine, which is where I'm supposed to write on Automat, started within Automat, which is fun. So silly. But okay, let's roll with this. Or should we? This feels very risky. Like Automat isn't really stable enough to develop Automat within Automat.
That looks so cool.
It was supposed to be a game automation environment, but it's slowly evolving into a Wayland window manager. Okay, I have to run this outside. Close the session, yes. I have to stop it. It's going to mess up with me. I will start it as a regular window. So this VM, the point of having a VM is that here I can run stochastic parrots and they are not going to damage my computer. They are contained in here. So air mount.
Where did you learn to code?
On the internet, I think. Hard to say. That was so long ago. A little bit from books, a little bit from school. I went to university. I did study computer science.
Haha, so you taught yourself.
I mean, you always have to teach yourself. There is nothing that... I don't think there is any area of knowledge where somebody can teach you anything. You always have to work yourself, kind of, to get this. Like, the best the teachers can do is teachers can talk.
Ooh, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, I will make this larger.
That's an awesome philosophy. I'm trying to teach myself animating. I know next to nothing about coding, but it's cool to watch you do it.
Oh, nice. I kind of love animation, but from this procedural perspective. You know, there are kind of different schools of animation. There is this movie-like animation, which is probably what most animators do. Like, and it's also something that's probably the best developed. Everything that you see in movies, in like Japanese animation. I am a big fan of Japanese animation. They do excellent animation. But this kind of animation is hard to translate to the screen of computer, unless it's a movie, because on the screen of a computer things are supposed to be interactive, reactive, and you can change stuff, you know. So animation, like baked animation, even when it's done masterfully, doesn't look so well when you try to interact with it. Procedural animation is my thing that I really enjoy. There is a lot of this in for example, in this environment here. Yeah, so very subtle things like, okay, maybe this is not so subtle, those kind of things. It's animation, right?
I haven't heard of procedural animation. I'll have a look into it. I don't like hand drawing, so I've made my characters with shapes and vectors, then rigged them.
It's a whole area. We basically do not animate manually. I mean, it's probably hundreds ways to procedural animation.
That is actually so cool.
Chaotic 4 just
Hey.
followed on Twitch.
Thanks for the follow. it's something that deserves kind of a full lecture, pretty much. Probably more than one. The idea is that procedural animation just tries to use some clever math to make animation look nice. It's harder to control, but once you get it right, it becomes very playful. It's stop. That was fun. This glitch. Yeah. I've done some presentation on procedural animation a long time ago though. So this is a big topic. Let's see the parrot. How is it doing? Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Exactly. This is what I need. The plan is to draw the switch into like a super tiny texture, like 10 by 10 pixels. Big disables MIP maps. I had no idea about this. This is good to know. Not the whole effect bounce. I do not know myself if I'm explaining this well. I know that those parrots are pretty good at figuring out what you mean, but yeah, it's good to double check. Like, everybody who reads this kind of knows what's the point of this. I will worry about meat mapping in a second. I actually think it should be possible for me to check the dimensions and tell whether we are zooming in or out and switch between the two. Yeah. This light will go into another cached image. I will then draw with some alpha. Okay. While the parrot is working, I shouldn't probably do anything, because it will mess with its work. But I think the matrix that I should pass here is probably rect to rect. Probably just do rect to rect. So that I map from this to this. No paint, no color space. Actually, I could use linear color space here. Would be interesting. Not sRGB. I think I would append the same matrix here. How this works. Okay, it's going to run for a minute, so I will use this time and make some tea. Be right back. What do we have here? Color space. Very strange. Color space is optional. Images. Color space. Oh, color space is required. Interesting. Okay. Did say that it's optional. Maybe not here, exactly. Is this wrong comment? Interesting. Anyway, so we are getting this color space somehow from original canvas. Yep, rect to rect. From bounds to rest rect. Oh, this is interesting. But I think this will not work with the clip. I think it's matrix probably needs to be cached or something. Or maybe not. No, it doesn't. Okay. Look at that. Those are our images. And I'm not wrong. It should be 10 by 10 pixels. I will change the filtering. I want to see how it looks. do nearest. Nearest. It's the best way to see what's really happening with the texture, like what's the dimensions of this texture and so on. Yeah, so this is actually the bitmap that we have. And that nice picture that you've seen before, it was just this, but filtered. Like the difference is just incredible. Compare this with this. Actually, let's call this sampling. I will increase the vertical resolution maybe a little bit. I think it should be twice as high as the horizontal one. Okay, it is fairly pixelated, and now let's remove the pixelation by just switching this to true. This is the same texture, it's just drawn with a different filter now. Incredible, incredible. Actually, there is one problem here in the very center. We used to have a much nicer edge here. Let me go here. Flip-flop. It's so correct. Actually, maybe I can increase this. Let's make it 16 by 32. It's tiny. It's like the size of an icon. Even higher. It's still a tiny texture. Mitchell is one, but there's also Cat Mulron. Cat Mulron. Blah blah blah. I want to see how Cat Mulron looks. I see no difference. I do not see a difference personally. Anyway. I was thinking about excluding this switch area socket rect. Maybe I will try. Okay, that didn't work. I need to change the field type. Instead of normal, I think I can change this to normal. And that should work nicer with this hole. Yep. It is looking nicer. So this is the border, this is the flat section. It's not a super clear code now, but it should do what I want it to do. I should use a separate variable for those. Yeah, the point is to have this nice solid rectangle here. Still drawing this nice shadow here, so that's good. I honestly think this is probably saving already most of the time. easier to read. Yeah, I honestly feel I could probably reduce this resolution now. Go back to 16 by 32. This is just silly how low resolution this can be. This is basically the size of a fav icon now. It's image. But we can change this cubic. Yeah, it's super smooth. Very nice, very nice. And this trick with draw image rect, it's actually pretty nice. There's here a construct. Some side bounce. I think we can allow this. much this is okay. Put back to our flip-flop and maybe cache some more stuff. This could be static. So now it's shed across all of the switches. All right. I think there is a potential concurrency issue there, but yeah, now all those three, they use the same texture, the same favicon-sized texture. This, let's say, I think it is. I actually think the draw is called on the UI thread. Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, time to cache the light. You have the back. I'm afraid the text has to be drawn actually. But Glow probably doesn't. Okay, so apparently this ends up in some texture atlas. Interesting. And stay like it is. Actually, I think I can put inline here. I think this should also handle the definition issue. Red glow, I cannot do this, fortunately, but I think both of those can be cached. It's only used here. Or not. What are those? This is drawing a circle around center. Okay. I think I can maybe make two.
TJMXCD12 says,
Hey, how you doing, Math?
Hey, quite well, quite well. Can't complain. Today, nothing new. We're not doing nothing new, we are just optimizing existing stuff. I was trying to show how this works on my laptop, and it was very slow to render. So, but I think the background, which is the heaviest part of this switch, is already optimized. It should be nicer. Should work fine now.
Looks cool.
Yeah. I'll probably also cache this light. What's this light? The plan is to cache all of this into like super tiny textures. Once you see how tiny this texture is, it's just incredible how good it looks now. Give me a sec. Pulse. So this smooth switch, it's actually a 16 pixel texture. This is how it looks without filtering. It's just absurd how low the resolution it looks and how nicely it looks once the filtering is enabled.
Wow.
This is basically the same image. It's just sometimes we are doing this in this kind of pixelated mode and sometimes in this bicubic interpolated mode. I want to do the same with the light. The texture for light can probably also be something like 16 by 16. Yeah, and now it's super smooth. This is the same image. This is just a slightly blurry view of the same image. Grab this. What did I call this? Light. Size. Okay. Hey, we can remove. This one is going to be the dark one now. Okay, I just disabled the light. We'll only draw this black one now. Black one, I mean dark one. Dark. Okay, you can see the low resolution now. It's fixable, it's fixable. First of all, instead of draw circle, let's do draw paint. The first thing that will help. Fix the edges. are still visible pixels here. Maybe if I switch to this other mode. Morom and Mitchell. Let's check Mitchell. I could also increase resolution. Instead of 10 by 10 pixels, maybe let's do 16 by 16. 10 by 10 is not much. It's, I think, a little bit better. Yeah, I need to burn this into my retinas. Actually, no, I will keep this running. I will open a new of Automat. So we can compare them side by side. So this is Mitchell. Oh, I'm running cat murom. I see no difference. Virtually no difference. I'm keeping cat murom. I will just increase the resolution. 16 by 16 sounds good. Not that great still. 32 by 32. I have too much detail. 16 by 16 seems to be losing it. Yeah. No red glow. What does this feel like? Okay, simple stuff in the new argument. Okay, we have light that turns on, kind of. And again, this is a tiny image. You want to see how it looks with pixels again, because this is just ridiculous. The resolution is kind of too high. Let's try 24. Yeah, looks fine. Looks okay. Last thing, the glow. Glow also needs to be cached. This way we are not blurring anything anymore. Let's make this even, actually. Let's have 15 by 15. I will add one special case here. Okay, and just opt out of clipping now. I'm returning empty. And our glow here. Just like that. And the size is kind of small. Let's increase this to 4. There is still visible. Let's go to 5. There seems to be a clip here, barely visible. Add them to the just commit. Actually, slight on paint. Or maybe light glow paint. Setback. I think I just checked Stack Overflow, literally this question about bicubic filtering, and I think I've seen my old account. Incredible. Um, yeah, I think it's better. I think it should be enough. This is the bedroom. I would like to make this light kind of heavier. And I think it's too small when it's blurred so much. Okay, now it's definitely on. Yeah, let me bring back the smoothness. It's a very subtle clipping here. I think it's fine. Probably nothing more to tweak here. This clipping is almost imperceptible. Maybe on a different monitor it would be, but I think I'm fine with it. Okay, I think this is basically done. Text, we cannot skip text, we need text. Those raster patches, I made them static. So they are used across switches. I actually think many switches will have separate colors and everything. Oh, actually, speaking of colors, I wanted to change the color of the switch. Green is cool, but it kind of stands out from the rest of Automat. I think, unfortunately, probably should be boring gray. I'm not sure I like this, but I will see how it looks. Let's find our colors. Pusher axle. What's pusher axle? This looks like a pusher. I think this is this gradient. Ring.
Says, hello Cocoroni A93. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat.
Indeed, indeed.
Pug93 says,
I don't speak English, man.
That's alright. That's alright.
What the hell are you doing? Right now I'm trying to tweak some colors. But if we step back, this is it's a tool for game automation. You can... It's like a collection of tools that you can combine together to do stuff with on the PC. Like recall macros. This is, for instance, a macro. I play this, you know, it moves my mouse around. Now it's a loop. See? That's crazy stuff, man, Dotty.
Yeah, I agree. I have no idea what's happening now. It's slowly starting to take a life on its own, basically. Interesting. Anyway. I want to make this shape whitish. Let's just pick those colors by hand. I don't know how.
So you are not a genius in this game or as something like that.
Oh, it's meant for other games, like Skyrim or any kind of game where there is a grind. You know, it's for essentially recording macros. It's not that crazy. So we have a hotkey. You can hook up a hotkey to something else, and whenever you press the hotkey, it's going to activate the macro. F1 activates the macro. The short timer. Yeah, whenever I press a key, it activates the timer. I can do some mouse presses. So now I activate the macro, and it picked up this mouse object for me. I can hold it for, I don't know, 3 seconds. And then release the mouse button. Picked up. 3 seconds later, it's dropped.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah. It's kind of chaotic, but it works. And polish, it needs more. No, needs to look nicer. Slightly nicer. Sideboard. I have no idea what this is. Border dark. Let's make it dark. Like that.
So woo. Oh, woo.
Doing well. Optimizing this stuff. That was actually, I mean, you can probably guess that it's not the fastest thing under the sun. It looks kind of strange now. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe this could be darker. And the text probably should be dark as well. They look kind of crappy now. Those switches, maybe sides should be darker. Then darker. Oh, I know what I can do. I can just pick the colors visually from the other object. This way it has too much.
Oh, boo.
Okay.
Oh.
So the bottom side is going to be dark like that. And the top part should be like
Says, Hello, Kokorone 1993. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English.
somehow the stuff that you just said was classified as Polish. I have no idea how.
Kokorone 1893 says,
It is English.
Yeah, I also thought so.
Oh, whoa.
Light. Okay. This is a regression. This is a big regression. The previous switch was nicer, but you see, maybe we can somehow make it work still. Is the color for icons? Ochre.
Black one were better.
Yeah. I agree. I just want to be fair. I will see if I can make this somehow look good. Unlikely. Yeah, it just looks strange now.
So you are doing it for everyone.
Yep.
This is Kuro. Pneumonia ultramicroscopic silico volcanoconiosis.
Now I see the edge more of this slide. I do not like it. I do not like the new color at all. I am reverting it. I thought this would be more consistent with everything, but it just looks strange. Normal switches on the wall are kind of white.
Pneumonia ultramicroscopic silico volcanoconiosis. You will dark by. It looks okay.
Yeah, but when you think of a light switch, like this is the archetypical light switch, like something like that. They're almost always just white. There are no green light switches.
Lankiness says,
Hello again. It looks like Mr. Kotzer is losing his mind. I notice a small delay when interacting with the UI. Is that some kind of issue?
Cocaronti 1893 says,
Man, Google policy light switch, it looks nothing like that.
You're talking about this UI. There is a delay here, which is maybe I will figure out a way around this. But you can see that all objects are kind of aligned to a grid. So this is like a grid point here, and I can position this switch so that it touches the grid point. Because of this snapping, there is some latency when dragging stuff. So, you know, I move my mouse, you can see that, oh, this timer is actually following the mouse with a delay. This disappears if you move your mouse very fast, and if you move your mouse over large distance. Like when you move at, you know, large space, the latency disappears. It's only present, you know, when you position things carefully. Yeah. This is when latency is present. If you move your mouse like that. See, I grab this in the center of this light bulb, and if I move my mouse kind of detaches. But if I move my mouse slow, there is actually a mechanism. It's possible to avoid this.
Lankiness says,
Oh, now I see that. It is auto-alignment. So it is, traditionally, a feature, not a bug.
Cocaron 1893 says,
Do you believe in dead internet theory?
Actually, about this delay, there is a bug here. Because it shouldn't follow. You know, when I grab this by a point, I move it. There should be like this maximum distance that I'm allowed to move my mouse, you know, outside of this position. So I think the dragging code probably could be improved to minimize this, you know, distance. This distance is essentially, you know, one grid point. Yeah, I would say it's a bug. 3 by 5 centimeters. Yeah, it's probably fine. Okay, now it's going to be even finer. I'm just making sure the aspect ratio is correct. We have square pixels. Not sure why, but I guess it could be important. Yeah, no difference, no visual difference. Okay, I would say that the goal for today is kind of achieved. We have this new raster patch thing, which can draw fancy gradients, or cheap, really cheap. I could actually use this to do something with our timer, maybe.
Pseudohypoparathyroidism, floccinaucinaucinihilipilification, anti-establishmentarianism, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, pneumonultron microscopic-silico-volcanoconiosis.
Well, TTS sometimes is impressive. I even don't know how it works. Seems to work well. Anyway, I think it's good to plan up the next steps. I'm going to leave this switch as it is. I think it's working well. I think it's working fine. Macro recorder has a bug. Okay, so on the next stream we can probably fix this bug with this timeline ghost, which does not disappear when it should. This ghost is still here. It's totally broken.
Anti-establishmentarianism, the political belief that a state church should continue to exist and should not lose its official status.
Okay, so plans for raster patch done.
Pseudohypoparathyroidism, a rare inherited condition in which a person has physical features similar to pseudohypoparathyroidism, but normal calcium and parathyroid hormone level.
Awesome. Okay, we are going heavy into bug fixes because I want to make Automat available on Steam, and I cannot put something that has bugs on Steam. So, getting rid of Ghost, disconnection. Oh, this will actually be an interesting one. We need to rework connections. So, connections have this radar that sometimes shows up. It's barely visible here. This background is very crazy. But there is this radar around, and this radar is used for automatically connecting to nearby objects. So whenever I get in range, it connects. And
Losinausinihilipilification, the act or habit of describing or considering something as worthless.
is this a real word? Whoa. I need to add this to my dictionary. Okay, so the plan for those connections is that they will have a radar and they will auto-connect. But I want them to auto-disconnect when I move them out.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, a made-up word used to describe something extraordinarily wonderful, amazing, or fantastic.
I guess the people who compose, like editors, must hate it. It's like one of those words that you probably have to break twice to fit it on a column of text.
Pneumonotremicroscopicilico volcanoconiosis, a lung disease caused by inhaling extremely fine silica dust, especially from volcanic or mineral particles. That's all.
I am proud of the TTS. It's like... I'm ready to send it to a spelling bee. Like, it's... This part works. Like, but sometimes it does have some issues. But not with long words, surprisingly. Okay. This looks like a plan. I gotta go eat something, so I'm cutting the stream now. See you in 2 days. Bye bye.